Alright, hello, stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody doing today? Hello. Hello, MG. Hello, Janu. Hello, Babylon. Hello, Viviana. Hello, Bushmaster. Hello, Weston Fox. Hello, Daho. Hello, Dark Turtle Knight. Hello. Hello, Eritane. Hello, Silence. Hello, Arknight. Hello, welcome in, and hello, Bloodsuli. How is everybody doing? Please have ramen? Won't be able to stay much. Family dinner soon? Yeah, no worries, Daho, no worries. Yeah, ramen sounds good. That's a good suggestion. Stir, I late, please no hit me. When have I ever been mad about someone being late? Oh, Babylon, thank you very much for continuing your membership. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, thank you. When have I ever done anything close to that? If anything, Vessa's the one who's biting everybody. Hello, KLMX. Hello, Uncreative. Hello. Alright. We are gonna get started here in just a minute because, we got lots to do, lots of work to do. You trap me in Portal? That's different! That's different! Oh, that's very different. But yes. We are gonna get going. We've got lots of things to do. I think I made lists and I grabbed references and I have, like, names of everybody. I think we're gonna start today with, Weston Fox, because I think I can pretty nicely tackle this one. But yeah. Also, this is just really random. This is just sort of on my, in my head, but now that we're doing the recap video things for the starting soon, now I'm like, wow, at some point in the future, when I have some free time, someday, I really want to redo the starting soon screen. Make it more interesting. But yeah, anyway. Why don't we get started here? And we'll jump in here. There we go. And I have all the references and everything set up, so we should be good. Make me in charge of the idea for your starting soon screen. No, I have a very clear idea in my head. It's just a matter of execution. Why is Vessa trapped in Portal? No reason. Alright, let's see. We've got a half hour on the clock here, I think. And I think we can do a pretty good job considering the idea. Alright. Let's get this here, lock this layer. I'm not robot, hello, welcome in. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Zenketsu, thank you. Yeah, that is a very good point, yeah. I was like, oh, it's art stream, there's nothing to worry about, and I'm like, oh wait, no, there still could be. Alright. Let's see how this goes. 30 minutes on the clock, and is there anything that you guys need me to address, need me to talk about beforehand? Just cause, like, I can't necessarily stop to address anything, so if there's any last things that you need me to know, or hold your peace for a little bit. Incredible, I used that image just today. Amazing. At least yesterday's roach infestation is over. Yeah, that was a horrific dream. I did not enjoy that. I did not, that was a bad dream. That was a nightmare. Important message before you start. Okay. Oh my gosh! Essa! I love you. Oh my gosh. I thought that didn't send in time, so I thought that the message was the important message. Amazing. Still in a dream? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's good. I think the nightmare is over. I think the nightmare is over. That was bad. I'm blaming Morpheus / Daho. That indeed sounds important. Alright. Let me make sure I have everything here that we need. And 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. We're gonna start off. Let me actually make sure I'm grabbing the right red, because I think I'm gonna make this sketch in red. And we need to try to make sure that we can get her whole... Because everything's really dark here, I'm just gonna try to paint it this way. Let's see here. I'm not familiar with the layout, so I'm just sort of doing this blindly a little bit. Trying to make sure that I have the visual essences that we need to know who the character is. Please tell me. Okay, good. I'm doing this on a separate layer. I'm glad. I wasn't sure for a second. Make this on a hard pencil, just because I will probably need it that way. And even though the actual thing is not red, I just need to be able to see it from a... I need to be able to see it from a dark background. I could just make the whole thing white and then, like, color it later, but I feel like that's not going to quite give me the effect I'm after. So we're gonna try it this way and see what happens, okay? Let me also make sure that I'm not ignoring the clock entirely. Okay. I'm truly biased on the art style. I'll try my best. I'm not really sure if I will be able to get it super accurately, but I will try. And then it seems like her hair clip is pretty prominent on the visual side. How is her... What is her hair doing? Is it, like, flipping over? Flipping over two sides and then this underpiece? That's unusual. I don't normally see that. But the hair clip seems very visually important. And then I'm going to need to somehow, like, get her... I have to make sure that I have, like, this type of angle, right? So maybe I have to sort of move this around a little. Yeah, that's probably a little bit better. Let's move her horns up. I don't want the horns cutting off, but I am okay if this symbol is in the way. I just don't want them cutting off. So we got the main element of her hair, and then she also has the ponytail in the back, right? Alright. Let me flip here so I can get an easier sense of how it looks. We have this big, large piece here, curled over. I'm just gonna have to sort of paint over that, I think. Alright. Something like that, just so that we can get an idea of the hair. Let's move the head back a little bit as well. And then curve this hair sort of going over her face. And then I think what I'll do is I'll grab a lighter color just so we can see the difference. And I'm going to have her hands in between her horns here so that they show up. Can't really tell what the hand is doing, but... Like I said, I'm not 100% sure how well I'm gonna be able to get this art style, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. The hands are very stylized, it seems. So that at least makes things a little bit easier. The horns are getting in the way a little bit. Let me think. Alright. Need something like that and something like that. This piece here. And then I really need the anguish feeling, so I need this arm to be higher. Get these horns off of me. Pose. Alright, I think we're doing a good job establishing our main direction. Let's get this. Let's get these a little bit higher. You see why I said that it was important to start off with a black background, even if we knew it was gonna be black afterwards, it already kind of gives the feeling we need, which is what's really helpful. And then she's gonna have, like, the furrowed brows. I'm using this layer as well to add in the expression, just so we can get an idea of it. And then she does have a collar, so that helps a lot. She does have a high collar, so we can bury her face in the high collar. I know, I just made it look like an angry mouth, but... And I still want her hair to stick out, because this style is more iconic there. Alright, and then it looks like there's sort of a overcape area here. Let me watch my time. That has been about 7-ish minutes. Okay. And then we'll have room for the text. And this is gonna go upward, and maybe we can get a little bit of that red in, but if not, that's fine. Maybe just a flash there. That's okay. Alright. You think those horns get in the way? Imagine being Viviana. I'm sorry, Viviana. Alright. Let's see, how do they do this? It's not lineless, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna hide this layer. We're gonna go underneath here. Oh, not that way. And we're gonna start adding the color in. And I'm gonna do this with a lasso, so that these are gonna be solid color. The hardest part is gonna be also trying to time it with the text. But that's kind of essential, so... Alright. This part here, good. We're gonna darken that immediately. Actually, let's just grab this one here. And now, I think we can... Let's see, this is a little bit lighter, more yellow. Let's do this whole thing now in black. Let's do a little bit of a highlight difference here. But I still have to make it, like, darker because of the kind of a tricky color here. Still just trying to make it darker for the pose and everything. Alright, let's try maybe desaturated and warmer. Yeah, that's probably better. And then we'll go over this with slight airbrush. Okay, that's better. It needs to kind of feel a little bit hot. The color itself needs to feel very, like, almost like this burning sensation, right? That's kind of how I'm seeing it. Alright, these are gonna be darker. And then let's... Or no, not yet, not yet. But, at some point I do need to start... What are we at? We're 10 minutes in. Alright. That's fine, because we were trying to establish our base form, so that's okay. But now we really gotta start moving. We're gonna do an overpaint, real quick. I love overpaint. I did a lot of overpaint in the Sea Hero piece, and it genuinely helps so much. Make sure that this is at a higher intensity. Just gonna do it like this. Just overpaint the whole thing so that it is sharper, quicker. Clean it up roughly. Get a better feeling. There we go. Basically, I'm just trying to get rid of a lot of the sketchy lines that I have here and just trying to quickly tighten it up. There'd probably be a little bit of a highlight here, but still very dull because of the overall color scheme that we have. Probably actually would be faded more. Alright. Are we doing on time? 19 minutes, okay. See, I'm trying to take as many shortcuts as I can here. We're gonna need to be able to do the outfit and hands. That's really important, so let's just get this hair done really fast. I'm gonna try to be somewhat good about cleanup, but not, like, crazy, because, you know, this is the thing we're learning, right? Better done than perfect. I'm learning, Vessa. I'm learning it. Slowly. Slowly but surely. Alright. We're kind of mixing and blending colors here, but that's okay, because it adds some variety. Alright. That's as much time as I can get there. I almost forgot her ears. You know what? We're gonna have to make sure that that fits in with the hands. It's fine. It fits. It works. Just gonna grab that same color, since they're a little bit lighter. Okay, and then, where are we at? 17, got it. Okay, make this dark. And can't make these dark, just gonna have to paint over it. I have to use darker, easier to see colors. Alright, I'm gonna have to zoom in a little bit of the design of the outfit. I have to make sure that I can get the actual text in. Alright, how does this go? This needs to be here. This needs to be here. Okay, good, better. We're just gonna paint over that in black. Just go over the lines. Anything that I can't fit just gets a swipe here. Alright, there's gonna be a little bit lighter on these pieces in front. I have to make sure that I do not forget this hairpiece. I'm not actually going to make it that dark. It's not a bad piece, so I'm not going to make it that intensity. Not to the same degree, anyway. Alright, there's also one here. I don't know if there's one on the other side, but... how's the jacket? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot, there's a ribbon on the jacket. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's see, we're just gonna have to quickly get that in. Because it has to show up against the black, too. Alright, that's fine. Can't really tell what this piece is up here on the shoulder, but again, just going to have to approximate it a little. There's a piece here. She has white gloves. Okay, how dark is white gonna be in this? What are we at? 14 minutes. I don't want to make the hands look bad after working on them. Okay. Let's quickly get this in. Oof, and here I thought this one was going to be one of the easier ones. Always more elements than you think are going to be on these, you know? Always more than you anticipate. Alright. I don't know if the other side has ribbons or not. Yes it does. Alright. Because I also have the E2 up here just in case. And yes, it does. Okay. I'm just gonna have these parts real quick. There's a strap here. I just need to get the essence of it. Just so that you know who it is, right? What are we on? 12. 12 minutes. Okay. Trying to not create any tangents as well. What am I doing here? All right. And then, what was this piece? Oh, this was the shoulder piece. Okay. I'm assuming there's also going to be here. I don't really know. I can't really tell. Oh well. Just gonna have to do what I can. Get some quick shading here. And then the whole thing, I don't feel... Okay, also the face. Kind of the most important part. Make that like a slightly different color. You can tell what it is. And then I feel like the whole thing just needs like a huge wave of a darker color. And then maybe a wave of more intense overlay. A little bit less. Just a little bit here. We'll have to make sure that that crops correctly. And then let's get this whole part in here. Right? I'm gonna have to just really quickly get the, what are we at? 10 minutes. Okay, okay. We're okay, we're okay. Get the whole effect here, right? Alright. Let's grab a fingertip brush. Make that a little nicer. Ooh, that's a little too intense. Better. Thank you. Much better. Okay. Try to get this effect here. Alright. Good. Good, good. And then, let me see. How far if I put it down? Nope, that's still gonna be in the way. Okay. That's fine. In that case, we're just gonna make sure that this stays brighter. And then, where are we at? 8 minutes, okay. I'm gonna have to fix those sleeves, because I don't like that there's still gray in it. There's gonna be like more of a table section, so let's very quickly cut it down here. Maybe not entirely, okay. Okay, let me reduce this a little bit just so I can see what is around it. It's a little hard to tell. And then we'll go back over it. I don't think I even cleaned up the little piece there, but that's okay. Alright, is that a piece of it? A little bit in the hair, okay. Now let's just go over the whole thing again. Actually, no, I'm not going to do the horns because we still have that other piece that needs to be in the way. But we are going to sort of intensify the line art around here. I'm going to try to make sure that those ears stick out, because I think we lost them a little bit. And instead of trying to make a highlight here, we're just going to go over with that bright red again. What are we at? 6 minutes, okay. I'm going to add a little bit here. A little bit on the fingers. A little bit here. And then, what else? I need to, okay. Make that a little bit bulkier here, so we can see what we're doing. I want to make sure that this looks like a piece going over the shoulder area really quickly. I don't want to lose that element of it. And then, yeah, actually let's do it once here too. Where are we at? 6 minutes, exactly, pretty much, okay. The horns definitely need the highlight. I feel like that kind of would sell it. Alright. And then this piece. It's kind of just gonna have to go over everything, isn't it? Alright, that's fine. It's fine. It might be a little busy, but that's okay. Once we separate it, it should be a little bit better. And we have a really easy way of doing this, thankfully. Duplicate it. Color that in the pure red. I'm gonna go to Filter, Blur. And we're gonna make a few versions of it. Combine all those down. And then I can sort of liquefy where I need it to be. I feel like we just made her horns really hard to see, which I don't like. Let me see if I can shift these around a little. I don't like that her horns are now really hard to make out. Alright, let's make this a... I don't want to do this. Let's try to make this a little bit smaller. I want to... Okay, you know what? We're gonna... What do we have? 3 minutes. Ugh, that's not enough time. Never mind. Alright. We're running out of time, so I just have to do it this way. I'll grab this real quick. How does it look? Can't really tell if this is accurate or not. Literally having a hard time seeing it, but that's okay. Alright. I want to sort of scooch these over a little. Two minutes, okay. And what is that? That's probably like a Blackladder Chancellery font. Is it? No, it's not Aniron. What is that? It's probably Blackladder, if I had to guess. Okay, let's... What are we at? Okay, where is Blackladder? Come on, come on, come on. It's not Aniron. Oh, I have too many fonts. It's not Baskerville. There we go. Oh my gosh. Come on. I need, like, medieval script. Thank you! Perfect! That's what I wanted. Alright. We got a minute to do, like, cleanup work. If we see any that we need done, maybe making them more... Maybe making the expression more pained. Adding some highlights around the eyes here. Yeah, that helps. Okay. Maybe see if we can add any... These just seem to be, like, random scratches in the piece. 34 seconds, alright. Let's just do a really quick shading over here. So it doesn't feel so empty. And a little bit of shading here. All right. Okay. All right. What do we think? That was really hard to get in the right time. That was harder than I thought it was gonna be. Oh my gosh. You work scary fast. Riveroni, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh. Alright. Weston Fox, we have a 30-second grace. Is there anything that you want me to adjust with the 30-second grace? I can think of a few things, but I'm gonna leave it up to you. And yes, when it gets cropped, I'm obviously gonna be able to get rid of this thing. I'm gonna crop it and finish it off, of course. Or Spirit when Dr. Starlight keeps asking for more hours in the day. Turned out really good? Thank you. Captures the feel of the original? I'm glad! I'm glad. Oh, your call? Alright. I wanna even out the symbol just a tiny bit, add a little more, cracks in it. I think, yeah, I can do that in 30 seconds, I think. Alright. Let's just give it 30 more seconds for a quick cleanup. 0 on the minute. Okay. Let's just quickly get a little bit of intensity here. And I just want to sharpen this, break it up a little bit, a little more. It looks a little more like the original, I feel, if it has just a few more. I don't know if anyone's gonna notice that, but you know what? It just feels a little more even that way. And I don't think I... Alright, that was it, right? It didn't work correctly, but that was it. That was 30 seconds, I can tell. Why did it not work that way? Whatever. It's fine, that was 30 seconds. Sometimes the time thing doesn't necessarily always work. Just chillin'? This stream makes me want to start drawing too. Heck yeah! Also, if you haven't yet, if you're new here, definitely consider joining our Discord. We have a lot of artists in the Discord. There is also an Arknights channel. If you're not an Arknights fan, there is a games channel where people are talking about all kinds of different things, as well as Darkest Dungeon, of course. But we would be happy to have you. If you do decide to join, just make sure to grab the Stargazer role in the rules section, and then you'll be able to access the rest of the server. It's a bot measure. But yeah. Alright. You wanna know a really cool trick that I can do just to clean up the gray real fast? This isn't part of the piece, obviously. But if you go to, if you right-click, like, the square I made, and you create a selection around the square, so there's, like, a little bounding box, little marching ants, and go to the entire folder. Actually, I shouldn't go to the entire folder, it'll destroy the references. Let me just move the references out of the way real quick. Not that way. And take the entire folder. And I can reverse the selection. Alright. I thought I could do that with the whole Oh yeah, okay, there we go. Yep, boom. Whole thing's cleaned up. You can select and reverse the whole folder in one go. Makes it very, very easy. Alright, we're gonna save that one. Also, thank you, Trion. For being only 30 minutes and a style you don't use, it came out really good. Thank you. I did actually draw my own requests. I just wanted to see how yours compares with mine. Would the appropriate place to put it be images and media? I'll post it after you do commission. Yeah, I think, well, if it's your artwork, you can also post it in the art channel. That's fine. If it's your work. 30 minutes is incredible. Thank you. You can tell I'm rushing. Like, you can see that it's like very much shorthanded on a lot of stuff, but I'm learning a lot about how you can just work on getting the feeling of something faster than spending so long on the details, and it really makes a big difference in terms of how much you can get done. And I'm learning this. Okay, I've been watching a little bit of Billy, like Chinese YouTube, and I'm trying to watch the speed paints of some really talented illustrators, and the amount of people that make everything on separate layers and then just smash it all down and start painting over it on one singular layer as if it was an oil painting is a lot of people, and it's kind of insane to me. And that includes just going over the line art itself, and I'm like, no, if I make like the clean line art, then you have to preserve the line art and work underneath it. No, they paint right over it. Even combining the lines with the color and then just going over the whole thing. And I'm just like, that takes so much guts. So I've been trying to learn a lot of different techniques. Also, I find it funny that I was like, oh, I have to make the ears show, I have to make the antler show, and then it all just gets hidden anyway. Hello, Cataclysm! Welcome in. Yeah. I imagine Earth Spirit had this reaction while looking at her kid. Oh my gosh. Maybe worrying about line art in separate layers is like slowing the process down, as a sort of hesitation is defeat thing. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. Every different style works for, different styles work for different people, of course. But I'm really learning how much clean line art slows me down. And when I look at the Arknights artists, none of them have clean line art. It's really incredible. None of them have clean line art. And they get so much work done. And it looks clean. And then, let me see if this is large enough to, no, it's a little small. Okay, hang on one sec. Let me grab our main image of it here. And let me just hide, okay, I can put this back in the layers. Let me just hide this real quick. And have, of course, there we go. Let me just copy this, make a new layer. I just want to show you something real quick. Hello? Why? Hello? I cannot make new layer? What? There we go. There we go. Alright, can we see it here? I don't think it's high enough resolution to see, unfortunately. Darn it. Alright. Yeah, the NPC, the operator PNG is sadly not high quality enough. But if you look at, like, where did that layer go? That just went over down here. If you look at, let's say, like, Reed, for instance, now there's two of them. Now there really is two of them. There we go. You can actually see that the lines are really rough. They don't try to clean it up, but from far away it looks really clean. And that's really inspiring to me. Anyway. You can imagine the art book is chock full of unclean line arts. Yeah, 100%. For sure, for sure. Okay. Huh. So that was a half hour, but we were able to get, like, full color and full detail. Now I'm gonna have to do something a little bit different for this one. And again, jumping into a character I've never painted. And a pose I've never drawn in. But let's try to get, let's see what we can do in 10 minutes for Am Not Robot. Does that sound good? Alright, we've got these references here. And... Alright, the hard part is that these are facing different directions, and you can't switch the direction of a guitar. So I'm just gonna have to try my best with how the layout looks, and try to get the outfit. Let me see. So the outfit is a top. It shows the midsection, a small jacket, and a lawn scarf. And thankfully the hairstyle is fairly standard. And headphones and the hat that allows the ears to stick out. Alright, this one's gonna be tricky. This is a 10-minute piece, so... Good luck. Took me 30 minutes for mine. If you want, I can allow an extra 5 minutes. Oh, no, it's okay. I'll go with whatever the time is. I'm just trying to sort of look and analyze it. I think if I do this with the selection tool, like we've done for the Viviana piece, and for now the Vendella piece too, that will probably be our best bet, because I think there's going to be a lot of action. It's going to be rough, but I think we can make something interesting. Let's get our canvas up, and as I've said, I'm allowed to do canvas prep. Canvas prep is okay. Let's do like an ice color. We'll do a layer over that. And we'll start it in faded purple, I think. Change to lasso fill. Make sure this is working. Yes, okay. We'll see what we can do. Alright. 10 minutes on the clock. And make sure this works correctly. Go. Alright. Let's try to get... I'm forgetting how to use this already. Okay, that's fine. Let's try to get a face in really quickly. I know it looks rough when I'm trying to do it this way, but it's like... As long as I can get the general sense of it, it's fine. Alright. Let's get... Oh, nope. I need this on the piece here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the full body. I think it would actually look better if it is thigh up. In terms of the position. So let's just try to do it thigh up so that it's not... too in the way here. She has the smaller jacket, okay. And this piece is gonna be here. This is gonna be going outward like so. I'm probably not gonna get all the details of a bass guitar because that is a lot. Let's make this a little bit larger. Alright, Start making this a little bit cleaner. Yeah, definitely good to use a selection tool sometimes. It's gonna be hard for me to get the position, but I will try my best on the position. And then let's try to get a little bit of her hair here. Just getting the feeling of her hair, her ears, and a little bit of this part here. I'm gonna leave it open so that I can mess with it where I need to. Actually, let's have her jacket flare out a little bit. She has a scarf, so we'll have it going around, and her tail as well. Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine, let's do it like that. Try to get the general essence of it, quickly paint it over. And I'm trying to do sort of like a little bit of an upward... Okay, that's already 3 minutes. Dang it! Oh! Alright, yep. A lot of this is going to be based on feeling. It's okay. Alright. Let me just start... Let me just start color blocking in real quick. Alright. Try and do a little bit of overwork. Base, I don't know what color it's supposed to be, so we're just gonna go with a purple, I guess. I'm doing the midsection, but it literally doesn't matter because it's all being covered up anyway. We're gonna do a little bit of overpaint there too. Okay. Trying to get the jacket in. This is gonna be a little bit darker and lighter. That's fine. Let's do it like this. So this is kind of going around. How much time? 6 minutes, okay. Whew. This is more of a dark color as well. What is she wearing? She has fingerless gloves, okay. Whew. Alright. And then how does the other hand look? Alright. A bit of a jacket here. Fingerless gloves as well. I don't really know how guitar position's gonna work. It's a little difficult for me. Alright. Let's try to clean up the guitar edges just a little bit, if possible. As well as having the jacket go over just to sort of make things look a little nicer. Let's get her skin tone in a little bit. Oh, shoot. Come on, please. Please. Please work. Oh my gosh, please. Thank you. Alright. Getting a bit of that free run angle going. Alright. Let's try to make something a little darker. That didn't help at all. Alright. What are we on? 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Alright. 4 minutes. Alright, I need to flip this because I can't quite see how this is supposed to function. Alright, there we go. Better. Let's do a little bit less of a free run angle, or it might mess me up heavily. Alright, let's try to get strings in at least a tiny bit. It's gonna be really, really rough. It just has to get the idea down, right? Alright, this might be a little bit off in shape. Let's try to get a little bit of an eye effect. Right, there's an opening here. And her eyes are red, so let's just try to do it something like this. Trying to make the eyes not look bad. Alright. Better. Make this go a little bit longer. Try to get some shape language in there again. Alright. Let's fix this up. Trying to get in a little bit of color work as I can here. Trying to get a little bit of a highlight. A little bit of a highlight here, highlight here. Highlight here. A little bit on the knee. What are we at? 1 minute. Oh my god. Alright. Let's try to make the hair a little more interesting. Let's try to add a little bit of gloss to the guitar. And one trick that you can do to sort of make things look a little nicer very quickly is you go into the background layer. And just very quickly add in a little bit of a visual rush. Just trying to give like a little bit of an icy feeling here. Make the whole thing feel a little more polished. Quick trick you can do. And then I'm gonna go over the whole thing here. We're just gonna add a little bit of a glow here, which will make the whole thing feel a little bit warmer. And then I'm just gonna try to grab this really quick. Fix her face a little. Whatever I can do to get the idea down. Get this part here. Alright. Okay. Very hard to do in time. 10 minutes is not easy. Oh my gosh, alright. You got a lot more across than I would have figured feasible for the time you had. You just have to like really try to... The thing I've learned a lot is that the main thing is your light and your contrast. The details matter a lot less, as long as you've got the idea. Notice the only, like, real lines I tried putting in were mainly on the face, just because I needed to get, like, some form of recognition of who the character is. If I had had more time, I probably would have changed... Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do with my 30 seconds is change the guitar shape a little bit, because it looks a little bit plasticky right now. So I need to fix that up a little. I'm gonna draw on a line in 10 minutes. It's pretty elucidating to watch you color block like this. I've been trying to learn how to do more free-form gestural stuff. Normally I depend a lot on strict lining. This is helpful to see. I'm really glad that it's helpful to see. That genuinely makes me, that makes me really, really happy to hear. If this can be, like, inspiring to anybody, then that makes me really happy. But yeah, I mean, this is something I'm learning too, right? Is just, trying to get the general essence of something, because I'm somebody who has struggled so badly with line art. I have, I just get very, very caught up in line work too. So, I am learning how to really, really, loosen up. And the irony that I didn't expect is that the looser, rougher work feels a lot better. It feels very fresh. Whereas sometimes if you do line art, the work can look very, very stiff. It's really good. I like the background, actually. I never really do those. Layers look really useful. Yeah, no, layers are amazing. The thing is, like, you know, I obviously didn't get, like, the background of the skin, but I just wanted the idea that she was in some sort of environment. And if I can very quickly communicate that, then that's the main thing. Aside from the guitar, what else would you change? I would get the detail on her pants that I couldn't get in. I would get more detail. She has a lot of detail in this, in the skin. I wasn't able to get anything in, like, the belt or the netting around here or the, details on her arms. So if I had more time, I would basically just be focusing on trying to get more elements of the skin itself in there. Alright, I get 30 seconds to try to do a little bit of cleanup work, and I'm going to attempt to see if I can get the guitar any nicer, but probably won't change too much. I only have 30 seconds. I can break a few strokes in that time. Let's see. Does that work? Okay, yep, okay, good. Make sure I'm on the right layer and piece here. I just want to sort of, like, refine that a little bit, maybe add a little bit of extra color, make it feel less plasticky. And if I grab the environment color a little bit, then I might be able to just sort of make it a little more interesting. That is 10 seconds left. I want to sort of refine this so it doesn't look so rough and random, basically. And that, okay. 30 seconds. You can do a lot just to make things feel a little bit better. Also, 3D. So important to learn 3D because, you notice the one main change I did aside from the color? I added a tiny bit of a bevel, and now the guitar actually looks like it has a form of thickness. That is really, really big. Just adding that bit right there makes it feel like, makes it feel like it's an actual object, even if it's just one line. If I was to do this, if I was to, like, pay more attention, I probably would have made the guitar blue. I would have made the guitar an icy blue to contrast better with the background. And then the guitar's icy blue against the purple of the outfit probably would have worked really well. Every time I see artists who barely use lining and just use colors to delineate boundaries and stuff, it feels like black magic. I can't wrap my brain around it. This has made me get it a little more. I'm glad. I feel like sometimes, you know, when you're looking at a speed paint, sometimes you're looking at a speed paint and it's like, I don't quite understand what they're doing. I just see that the brush is moving really, really fast and the pieces kind of like morphing and coming together. But I feel like, when you look at a piece in real time, not a 6-hour piece, because then I feel like it's too hard to understand the detail, but just like a rough sketch, colored or uncolored, you can see the pen in real time. And you sort of get a better idea of the different things people are doing. Now, when I'm rushing these, when I'm trying to do these, like, as fast as possible, I am just adding layers very haphazardly. But then I would probably either do some overpaint or I would combine things. Let me show you, if we have 5 minutes to do this. Let me quickly show you the piece that I did for Sea Hero, because some of you guys who are new here, who are not in the Discord yet, again, little bit of a Discord shout out if you are an artist and want to post your work and get help from other artists and everything like that. It's a great community. If you're into Arknights, there's a huge Arknights section, a huge art section. It's a great time. And a bunch of very crazy bunnies. But let me bring up the Sea Hero painting real quick. I want to show you something. This is something that is still something I'm learning, still taking me a long time to absorb. But oh my gosh, it has been so... It's been so, fascinating, I guess. I've learned so much doing this piece. Alright, let's bring up the piece I just did. Let's... Do I have... Yeah. You know what? Let's just bring up the whole thing. I'll just do this for, like, a quick 5 minutes. So this is a piece that I recently completed for a client, right? And I used to be so obsessed with going very, very, very specific on line art, trying to make every detail so precise. This piece kind of showed me that you can do rough line art, and then you can clean it up on top, and it actually ends up looking better, even in its rough form, because you're free. You're very free. The brush is very free. It's very free-flowing. And it comes across in the piece itself. So, like, if I zoom in here, on the dress, this is all rough painted in, and then I just sort of painted over the lines. And then as we get closer to the face, where it's more precise, I did do line art here. I actually did this on stream, and afterwards I'm like, you know, I didn't have to put in that much, did not have to do that precise of line art, but it's important to do on a face. Let me just remove the glow effects, because that makes it hard to, yeah, lots of contrast, glow effects, everything like that. This eye, I changed at the last minute. I felt like it wasn't giving enough, friendliness. This is what it looked like, oh, that's the, I have so many layers on this thing. This is what the eye looked like before. And I felt it was a little too harsh. I felt it looked a little too robotic. So at the last minute, I just painted over the details, brightened the highlight, made the eye feel a little bit friendlier. And then over here, this is a layer where I just sort of, well, okay, you can see in the food especially, right? I had a rough sketch of the food. And you can see that I did have, like, a little bit of clean line art here. And then this is one layer. This is just painting over the whole thing. And then anywhere where I messed up on the lines, where they kind of got obscured. Like, if you see the lines of this cookie, for instance, I just started painting over it. So the line art didn't even matter at that point, right? And doing this paint over keeps it loose, keeps it fresh. And then you can really see it, like right here if you zoom in, right? This is really rough, and I did not used to be able to do this. I used to not be able to handle doing this. I would have lined this perfectly. I would not have been able to allow any of these rough pieces, any of those rough pieces, and like, this is just another paint over again. A little bit of paint over with line art if I need to. And I'm also not afraid now to show this up close, because I genuinely think it's making the piece better. Like, over here, I used to try to line everything. This is Vesa. I used to try to line everything so perfectly. And then this piece is just, oh, did I smash this together? I guess I did. Yeah, no, I did. This is an example of, I just smashed the painting together and then just cleaned it up. That's all now one layer. It was like 10 layers. And then I just bashed the whole thing together and did a paint over after seeing the Chinese speed paint work. And this sort of like rough style, playing with color, having fun with it, and then you zoom out and it still looks really clean. This is something I am really learning, but it's very, very helpful because I think it's genuinely making my work a lot better. It gives it more of that organic oil painting or acrylic painting effect that a lot of people are actually trying to go for instead of everything being perfectly clean. If you know the artist Matcha, she's a very, very well-known artist. She does a lot of beautiful, very textured paintings. Her work is extremely rough. It looks like the whole thing was painted with, like colored pencils type of look. But she just does paint over, paint over, paint over, and she leaves a lot of rough edges. And it's become such a desired look for people that, that people make videos trying to copy her and trying to analyze her style. And when I was looking at this sleeve here, I know this seems so random, right? But this like bit of textured brush and this rough fill-in, this is the closest I've gotten to what feels like that style that she has. So it's been a big learning experience for me. And the best thing that I can recommend is don't always feel like you have to do perfect line art. Or if you do make like a rough line, put color underneath it and then just do a layer over it. You don't have to smash the whole thing together. You can just add a layer on top. And loosening up like that can really, really change how you approach painting. So, yeah, just wanted to show that one real quick. Because that's kind of, it's kind of been changing a lot of my philosophy lately. And this is all very, very recent, too. But I am, I definitely, like, understand how to just work fast to get an idea down. Fun facts, actually. I have tried to do that type of fast working as, like, a performance type of thing. Stage performance work. I did, like, a little contest thing one time where it was, like, trying to show off your talent, and the talent I wanted to show off was trying to draw really fast, but with stuff that was imaginary. So my hook, my gimmick, is that I would ask people in the audience, I would ask 3 people in the audience to name an animal, and then I would design a combination of those 3 animals into one fantasy animal. And I think I gave myself a minute to do it. I think I was doing, like, a minute to win it type of thing. But yeah, so it's fun. You can experiment a lot. You can be very loose with this stuff. Alright. Anyway. Let's see who's next here. I think I want to try Bushmaster's piece next. So this is the Flametail Catch Me one. The Adoptables stream with the roulette wheel. Oh yeah, that was a long time ago. That was fun though. Alright. Let's see. Alright, I want to try to figure out Bushmaster's piece. Probably need this to be horizontal in some form. Or actually, maybe vertical? Let me think. Let me look here real fast. Yeah, actually, let's do it vertical. Let's get maybe like a wide vertical? Trying to think. I'm trying to envision it correctly. Yeah, let's just try this. And let's do it a little bit gray here. I think that'll work. Oh. What? Latte incident? What do you mean? In context of what? Alright. And this is a half-hour piece. More going on than in the Darkest Dungeon piece, but I think we can get something fun. Alright, are you ready? And... let's go. Alright, first we're gonna start off, and I am going to make sure that I got these buildings right. So what we're gonna do for the buildings, we're gonna make a darker color. And I have this reference because I really want this upward angle if I can achieve it. I don't know if I can achieve it, but I really want it, if it's possible. I was thinking about this and I was like, I need this upward angle to work. This actually might not be the right color. I might need to actually reverse these. But let's just see what we got. Let's just make this a little... let's see. It's supposed to be dark out, so... Alright, hang on. It's not right. I'm gonna need it to be... I'm trying to make sure that I have the position I need here. And the color would help. Alright, is that gonna be... No, come on. Alright. It's okay. It's not that I'm not wasting time. By doing this early and establishing the effect I'm trying to go for. Maybe like a fisheye almost. It's probably not going to be as dramatic as I want because I'm just not there yet. But that's okay. It'll still be fun. Yeah. We're gonna do it this way. It's very hard to get the effect I'm after here. Why don't we just tilt the whole thing, make it more dramatic, give it a little bit of that Dutch angle. Alright. Let's do it from there. We're just gonna have to try and see what happens. Because I am struggling a little bit on getting the angle correct. That's okay. I'm just gonna do it like this. I'm not gonna make this take up a huge amount of time, but buildings are an interesting situation, so. Okay, this has to be darker. Better. And this one. Perspective. The enemy of all artists everywhere. Alright, good enough. I'm gonna do it this way. Quickly get rid of these. They don't have to be perfect. Come on. What are we on? Okay, a little too much time. A little too much time here, Star. That's fine. Okay, good. Is that what I'm after? Yeah, that works. Alright. Let's actually get a character in here. Before it's too late. Come on. There we go. My perspective is not the greatest here, but that's okay. Alright. Let me try to make sure this is right. It's fine. Let's do it in silver. It's okay. No, 5 minutes, it's okay though, because the most important part was getting the feeling down. A little bit of a belly flop situation here. Lion squirrel. Ow. Oh, my arm is hurting. Alright. There's her jacket here. Alright. No arm hurting allowed. It's fine, it's fine. It's just, it's not that it hurts from drawing, it's that it hurts from keeping it up. Which is kind of pathetic. Alright. Let's see. Get some more detail in here. Try to get a little bit of that color that she has. Because again, color is going to sort of inform everything. At least she's extremely recognizable with this armor on her ear. Like, no one's gonna mistake her for anyone else, that's for sure. Alright, a little bit of a darker part here. And we're just gonna try to get the whole thing, like, a little bit faded white, because she has a lot of different armor detail, and I just need to get a lot of texture down so that we get the feeling here, right? What was this piece? I'm not sure what this piece was. Alright, trying to work on clarity. And she's got lots of armor pieces. It's not easy to do armor quickly, so I'm just gonna have to do a lot of texture to sort of inform the feeling of it. And because this is a silly situation, I'll also probably cheapify it, so that we don't have to worry too much about extra angles and whatnot. What are we on? Alright, 20, good. This is red. Alright, there's more of a red here. I need to try to get any of her color that shows up here. She's got a lot of, like, transparent pieces, so that's a little hard to get right. but I just need to get the feeling that this is armor. That's kind of the most important element. And let's thin her up a little bit. Might have made her look a little too wide. There's a lot going on, so let's just get the important pieces down, which is this badge. I'm not going to be able to get the detail on this, obviously, so let's just sort of approximate it here. We're going to add in some thicker detail that just sort of makes the piece feel a little heavier. I'm gonna grab some gray, add some quick pieces here. Sort of add whatever we can to sort of make it feel more or less like her outfit. Obviously, we can't get the entire thing done in the time we have. So, just making it feel about right. See, this is where I run into problems. I feel like I can do these when it's, like, fast, like a challenge, and then when I'm, like, in a finished piece, right, like, in commission work, when I'm given more time, that's when I end up, like, slowing down and then getting too caught in the weeds. So it's interesting how much, how different it is based on the situation you're working in, you know? I don't know if that made sense, but hopefully other artists kind of get that. And this is still armor, so we have to sort of just make it feel— oh, actually, yeah. You know what? That was accidental. I didn't mean to grab the blue, but you know what? The blue looks good. The blue works. Alright. And then we'll just have cute little chibi expression here. I want to do this. And make the gloved hands a little bit more splayed out here. And this is accidentally, this is accidental as well, but you know what? It serves as good highlights. Do it more like this, maybe. Alright, be careful of how we're doing this. How we're doing the hands. Alright, I'm trying to think of, like, your— what should we have? 17? Okay. Nah, it's fine. What we had before is fine. We need to sort of clean it up. Get a feeling of armor here. Make some quick strokes that really— they don't feel too random, but they give the feeling of armor underneath. That random blue really helped everything come together, which is funny because that was a total accident. And then we'll move this just a little bit further in here. We'll go around here. Kind of make the leg kick up a little. Kind of make a little bit of a cross between the leg and the tail. And then what we'll do is we're gonna make a layer above that. We're gonna make the whole thing darker. I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna do a selection from layer here. Reverse. And do a little bit here. And then we're gonna... a little bit darker. Get a little bit of that lighting effect. And a little bit on her face here so that we can see the detail that we're doing. Especially anywhere we hit a highlight. Just a little bit extra. Sort of make the whole thing a little more visually interesting. And then... what are we at? 14? Alright. Get on the face, a little bit more of intensity. And then our poor fellow squirrel here. It's gonna be hard to do from an angle. You probably can't see it. It's probably a little too dark right now, but I'll brighten it up in just a sec. And I'm also gonna keep this chibi, just so the whole thing is, like, very comedic and lighthearted. We have that a little higher. I can't really tell what's going on with her armor, so we're just gonna have to, again, approximate the feeling. She has a lot of details, and she also is covered by a big shield for a lot of it. So we'll probably just hold a shield here, too. We'll quickly get in some color. I'm just gonna make this a quick gray, or gray nute. Makes sense. Full speed ahead, Sona probably. I'm gonna grab some of that plastic color again. Why is so much of it plastic? It's not just Shevchek, it's like... there's so many elements that are plastic, why is that? Do we know? Is there any reason? Cheap, probably. Oof. Then why use it? Why still use it? Yeah, okay, I don't want to blind people, so we'll have to make it a little lighter. Okay, a little too intense here. And we on 11, okay. Alright, she kind of has, like, desaturated here, okay. It's a little bit darker. Make the whole thing a little darker. Let's grab those colors again real quick. And let's do a layer over. So that we're just sort of being really fast with it. That, okay, these are the pieces connecting it. Couldn't tell what that was for a sec. Alright. I have to be really, really rough with this. And then just going over it really quick to refine the shape slightly. And then again, we're gonna... Do I want to darken it? Actually, don't know if I want to darken it entirely. Where is... Alright, is this Sona's whole piece? That is building, building, building. This whole thing should be Sona, right? Okay. Aside from the stray hair, that's okay. Make this a little bit larger. So that it feels more, like, it's like right... It kind of has more of that, close impact, right? Alright. And then, I don't want to mess up the hair that we just added. This is why sometimes planning out ahead is better. Alright, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Worthy sacrifice. Maybe we just do it, like, down here. Try to do it, like, here. Alright. Just gonna scooch that up a little bit. And I'm gonna do the rest with a brush, so it feels more chaotic. Actually, wait, how can I... Wait, this might be a better way to do it. Make the whole thing lighter, not that light, just... Try not to blind people with a dark piece here. Alright, a little bit smaller. We'll do a little bit in her color, so it's a little, again, a little more chaotic, a little more wild, just going over it again. You know, you want to make sure that if you're doing it, like, more chaotic and more wild, that it's still legible. You just sort of want it to feel a little more out there. Let's actually do a little bit of a highlight on her eyes here, so we can see that. As if it was an emote, right? And it should be more like a... Wait, no, how do they... Oh. Forgetting my little icons here. We're gonna add a little bit of a highlight as well on this side. 6 minutes, okay. Give that a little bit of that night glow as well. Tried to make these buildings work, but they really didn't, did they? Oh well. Let's see if we can make them work at all. Let's try getting maybe a little bit of a gray part here. Come on. Alright. In that case, let's just have stars in the background. And then, instead of this thing, which didn't work, unfortunately, let's just darken this a little bit. That's not working because I'm still on stars. Alright. We'll darken this a little, and we'll do this. Yeah, that's better. Let's do it like... Really wanted to try to get the effect, but might not be able to. Alright. Because everything's too separated. Alright, that's fine. Let's just try to at least do it this way. Is that gonna work at all or no? Alright. Let's do it like this. There we go. Try it like that. Alright, it's not perfect, but I do think it is helping. To make it feel crazy, far away, and whatnot. And then these are awkward, so we're just gonna slap them down real quick. There we go, that's better. I'm gonna make this a little more saturated. We're gonna make this part a little more saturated. And... ugh, alright. What are we on? 2 minutes? Let's just do that quick selection thing again. One. Getting that up. I think the whole thing needs a little bit more glow here. Just so that we can actually see what we're doing, and then we'll erase a bit more of it here. Just so that you can actually see the piece itself more, right? I think that helps. And then we'll darken where it doesn't need to be. Just a little bit of a visual help here. Is that? Yeah, that's showing enough. I think we got our main idea here. I can't really think of anything else that I would do. I have 1 more minute left, but I can't really think of anything that I would do to... Alright, I guess maybe even this out a little. Wait, what is this doing? Oh, actually, do I like that? Yeah. We'll make this a little brighter. And do we need to add any more contrast? Add a little bit more contrast on her eye here. A little bit more contrast on the night area. I think that's probably the best I can give it. Oh, okay, that's it. That's time. I was looking around. Like, okay, that's time. Alright. Alright. Lay down from the hands. I think this helps. I think we get the idea. Right? Much more than I imagined? I'm glad. I think that's a good thing, right? Alright. I forgot one other silly thing. And I can do it in the 30 seconds I have. It's kind of funny when I can just, like, I can just sort of, like, step back from it after working on it and then look back and be like, oh yeah, I missed that really obvious thing. But yeah, as long as we know who it is, we get the general idea. This is a really good exercise for me. It's when I get too much time that I start freezing up. It's so weird. I only expected Sona on a black background. Nah, we go all the way. Come on, we have fun with this. No, I love doing gimmicky stuff. This is why Vesa tells you guys, be careful. What did he say the other day? What did he say the other day? He said, if she goes away for 15 minutes, be careful that she's not drawing something about whatever you're saying. I love doing silly, goofy, interactive stuff like this. It's really fun. I had to rough it a lot because she's got a lot of armor details, but, you know, we know who it is, and then that's what counts, and it's all good. Basically just what I said, yeah. For some reason, I think Grey Nudie might be a little small compared to Sona, and just might add to the comedy. Definitely so. It's more because you have the impact. Okay, it's hard to... Yeah, if we were to talk about it from, like, a physics perspective, yes. Grey Nudie should be bigger, and, Sona should be smaller in this instance. However, this is, like... kind of, sort of, trying to take it from, Grey Nudie's perspective, even though we're showing Grey Nudie there. It's not correct in terms of perspective and angle, but it just gives it a little bit more of an impact that there's, like, you know, giant squirrel landing. So you are right. It is not correct in a physics sense. It is 100% done for comedic reasons. There you go. Thank you, Vesta. It sounds like a fun exercise? Heck yeah. Yeah, limit yourself. It's... Alright. I got 30 more seconds. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Because as long as it's very cartoony, right? I'm just gonna do this really quick. Alright. The only other thing I forgot is something silly. There you go. Literally all I needed. It just, there you go. Now I understand she's falling. Exactly! That's all you needed. A few speed lines just to really sell it. Might not be to scale, but like you said, if it's better for the effect. Yeah, it's a matter of what is your purpose of the painting. Are you doing something realistic, or are you doing something where it's mainly just comedy? And it's obviously wrong, because I have, the base of the building larger, and then I have her larger, and it doesn't make any sense from perspective. But it gives us the idea that we are closer to the ground, and she is higher. But still in a way where you could see all her details and stuff. So yeah, I mean, if we wanted to. This is not me making corrections, this is me demonstrating, and I'm going to undo it. If you wanted to, you could have done it like that, right? That would have been more accurate, right? But I don't think that has the same humor. So that's why we did it this way. Alright. What are we at here? Let me just move some of these over as we complete them. So yeah, it's really dependent on like what your goals are, right? If your goal is to create comedy, you can break barriers and things. If your goal is to create a action scene, then you would want it more realistic. Alright, move these over here. Incredible how stupid our brain is, that see a part smaller and the other bigger, and says, huh, the smaller thing is further away than the bigger. It is wild, yes. Alright. Let's see. So we did one... Let's see, how did we do this? We did one graphic intense, one fast, one comedic. Let's try to do one that is gentle. Alright, no worries, Trion. Thank you for your efforts, Star. Looks great. I'm glad, Bushmaster. Thank you for your support. Alright, let's attempt to do one that is serene. This one is going to be more difficult. But I'm going to see if I can get some nice effects for it. Babylon, you are up. And please tell me if I'm wrong, but I think you just listed Rosemontis, right? You didn't have any specifics about it? Alright, I will do my best. I just want to make a piece that feels nice. Don't know how it'll go, but we will see. Alright, and because I did that cropping, I now need to put these back. For someone named Babylon, he didn't give many instructions. My gosh. Let's see, where is my... Oh, did I not make a folder? Oh, lucky. Weston Fox. Thought I made a folder. Alright. Well, that's fine. So that is all we need. And then I think I also want to do this one portrait. And And I want it to be similar to Am Not Robot's lighting, I think. Let me just check these real quick. I'm looking at the ice piece again. Yeah. I think I want this to be shading on the left and lighter on the right. And let's do this a little bit darker. What kind of scenario do I want for this? Alright. I think I have an idea in my head, but I don't know if it's gonna work. But we'll see. Okay. And this is... What were the instructions? Rosemontis, please. Always remember, no Wishdale, yeah. Very, very true. Alright. 30 minutes on the clock. Why do I feel like I just need to do one other thing first? Now I don't remember what. What was the thing that I was needing to do? Okay, I put down the clock, I put down the timer. What else was I? Why do I feel like I'm missing something? I don't think I'm missing anything. Alright. Boom. Let's do this. And let's do it... Do we want to do it lasso style? No, I actually don't want to do this one lasso style. Because I just want this to be... Let's see. I want a portrait piece. You see her jacket. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the hands. Maybe? Maybe I'll get a rough idea of the hands anyway. I kind of want this, like, tilt of the head, sweet, wistful, gentle looking. I think I can make this a little bit lighter, just so I can see what I'm doing a little easier. And so that you guys can see it too. That would help. Alright, let's get a little bit of the jacket. And I want it to have a little bit of movement here. Make her hands a little higher. And I want like this very graceful, wistful feeling. Don't know if I'm gonna be able to achieve it, but I want to see if we can. I want this sort of like... Jacket's gonna be a little tricky. Don't know if this is gonna work. In order to not make the position awkward, we're gonna move it back a little. And then that'll give us enough of our lighting effect here, I think. I don't really know if I'm gonna be able to get the jacket right, because the jacket has a lot of details and they're hard to see. Alright, let me just move that real quick. And I'm gonna not do too much with the lines. What are we on? That's 4 minutes in? That's 3 minutes in, okay. That's 3 minutes in. There's a lot of details. Let's do a piece like here. This piece is coming off here. There's the logo as well, the button area. Her hair is longer than I have it. I'm gonna need to make this a hard brush. This kind of is just very similar from the E1 art, but I'm trying to give it more of a, what do I call it? Like a little bit of like, not a romantic feeling, but a wistful feeling, I think is the best way to say it. And this is gonna be a really difficult pose, but it just feels right. I think that's the main thing, is like, I'm kind of just going with what feels right. I'm not sure if that's... Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just gonna be a little difficult. Alright. There's a lot that I overpainted, so we're just gonna erase a lot of it so that we just get the general rough shape in. I am taking a lot from the E1, but I want it to feel different. But I'm just letting you, I'm letting you know now so that if you're like, oh, that feels really close in pose, it's like, yeah, I know. But I still want it to have a different feeling. Make this a little lower, actually. I want this to feel a little bit like the hair's moving in the wind. Have I continued the AK anime? I have not. I still intend to. I also need to catch up on Free Ren. I want to continue the AK anime, but I'm gonna prioritize Free Ren for some point, and then mentally brace myself to finish the anime. I know the anime is gonna destroy me. I still want to see it. I just know it's gonna destroy me. So, I will, at some point. Alright, how's her proportion? Great, because I'm... need a little bit more of a younger face. There we go, that's better. Yep, much more accurate. Much more accurate. Alright. That was already 10 minutes of just trying to get my rough in, but you know what? I feel like for this, it was needed to have that long of a rough in, because that was going to inform a lot of the rest of the painting. Let's do this. Let's make sure everything is lined up here. Let's just grab gray for her. Make it a little darker. Good. All right. I'm trying to grab. This is gonna be tricky because it's very dark on very dark. Wait, let me turn this to multiply. I can see it a little bit better. And I'm just roughing it in. Because I don't really have the luxury to be too particular about it. Oh, that's fine. It can be flowing from both directions. That's fine. Let's get a little bit of a clear feeling here. Again, more of that plastic feeling. That's okay. She's not wearing a sleeve, so her arm needs to be much thinner. And then I'm doing this color intentionally. Because I want this to be very, very bright. We've got that iconic cyan. How is this done? Is this 2 layers? I guess it's 2 layers, isn't it? It looks like it's 2 layers almost. I'm just gonna sort of light from behind. Just sort of try to do a little bit of shading here. Make this a little bit brighter. And it's kind of, she has a clipboard in her hand. I can't really see what's going on. All right, I think I have the E2, just in case that was gonna happen. Okay, it's like a sundress. Noted. And there's just a lot of that plastic feeling. Okay. That's fine. Let's do it like this. Let's really darken the shadows. Let's have her arm a little higher. No. No, I take it back. And she's got wrist here. Just to feel a little more gentle than how I have it now. Let's just try to do it something like this. Let me think. I need this to be a little bit more saturated. I need this to be bluer. We're gonna have to do a lot of paint over, I think. Where's this? There's a lot of layers here where I can't really see what I'm doing super clearly. A lot of layered over colors. Alright, let's try it like that. What are we on? We're halfway in. Alright. Let's do it like this then. I wanted this to be like... have that wind flow. How am I gonna do that? Alright. I don't get a lot of time to do these kind of dramatic lighting scenarios, so if I can attempt to take advantage of it in practice, then I will do that. I don't get to do it often, so... This has a lot of plastic detail. It's mainly just a matter of getting a texture effect in, huh? Of course I started painting on the other layer. Alright. That would happen. Alright, that's fine. That's not too bad. It just got lost here. That's fine. That's fine. Let's do that again. Doing that typical Rembrandt lighting. Alright. Let's do that. I want to make this deeper. Let's do it like that. And then let's start doing... what do we have? 14 minutes? Let's start doing a little paint over from there. We're going to blur this. So that it's a little softer. And then I'm just going to take a pen right over the top, and I'm just going to start painting over it directly. Just right on top. If I need to turn it off, I can, but I'm just going to go right into it. I just want the piece to have that soft and gentle effect. And I don't have too much practice with it. But as long as I can sort of get the feeling of it. I'm gonna have to mainly focus on the hair here. And then the most important part is also gonna be to make sure that I put some time into the eyes. That's gonna be very critical. If it feels off, I can try and warp it. It's a little too yellow. There's also a really good way to do thumbnails, too, if you're doing a larger piece. I'm doing a lot of strands here, sort of break up the silhouette. I know I'm not going to be able to do any of the detail on the dress, so I'm just trying to add in a lot of texture so that I can kind of approximate it. Clean up the arm here. And the pose, I think I may have been too ambitious with, especially these hands. So I'm just gonna erase a fair bit of it and then try to go back in. Trying to see where we can meet up with it. With something that is a little bit fair. I don't know if we're gonna be able to do it. I was trying to do a feeling of crossed fingers, but it might have been a little too ambitious. Yeah, might have been a little too ambitious to try that, but... Never know if you don't try, so... It's kind of good. It's kind of has the feeling of it. Alright, we're gonna break up the hair a little bit here, too. How much? Alright. 10 on the clock, not bad. Let's try to get some of these pieces here. Let me zoom in a little. I'm only assuming this part can move. I don't actually know. It looks pretty stiff in the one. And there is some more dark area here. It looks like there is a Rhodes signature piece here. Alright, I need to get a little bit of a darker area here. A little red piece. See if I need to do a little bit of... tiny bit of highlight in the back. Yeah, why not? We can do that. We can afford to do that. Alright. 8. Okay. Alright. Almost running out of time. Have to make sure that I use a lot of time for the eyes. And then she has her little ear fluffs. All right. Really need to put time into the eyes now. 6 minutes. Okay. softer. Don't make it look too much like plastic. Okay. Try to get a little bit more detailed for the eyes. This might be a little too high. Actually, is a little too high. Okay. Do I have these on a separate layer? Thank goodness. Alright, she has green eyes. Let's do it like this. Make sure these are even. Actually, let's get rid of the nose because I want to have the nose on the same layer as the eyes, so if I need to move it around, I can do it easier. Alright, make sure the pupil's facing the right way. Make sure that these are around the same height. Eyes can be really, really hard to judge. A little bit of that extra highlight here. We'll give this more of a gray tone on the top. And then we'll do the whole thing with a bright highlight on either side here and up here. I want to sort of sculpt her face a little bit better. I don't need to do this, like, very, very gentle. Very, very subtle. And then, trying to look at both sides. I think her chin is just a little too big. Let's move the whole face down. Let's grab the whole thing and... I still don't want to lose that feeling. That's a little bit better. Move this a little higher. I think this is still a little too intense. So we're just gonna soften it a tiny bit here. And then for the background, let's just try to get one of her... Let's try to get the feeling of one of her things in there. It doesn't have to be perfect, it can be really, really rough. But just something to very quickly articulate a variation of some sort. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to kind of have a feeling here. I feel like I didn't quite capture her, I feel like I didn't quite capture her expression or her character. It's a little bit off. Whole thing to be kind of like, actually, no, let me see. We have the whole thing like that, and then a little bit right here. And we're gonna have a little bit of that glow effect here. Maybe not that intense. Maybe I can... I don't want that so much. That's all in one layer, isn't it? Alright, that's fine. Then let's just soften it. Move this face around. I want to try to see if I can fix the face a little. Ah! Okay. Never mind. Alright. Alright, there's stuff I would still change, but I think we at least got the main character down, right? I feel like the head is just a little bit off, but I can't quite figure out why. I'm glad that you like it, though. I'm glad you like it. Alright. I see one area that I wish I could do, but I probably can't do it in 30 seconds. But I'm gonna try to at least figure it out. Now give her the emotionless Kudere stare. Let me think here. Alright. I won't be able to do a lot with 30 seconds, but let me at least just try to do something. Alright. Let me just make sure we have the layer up here. Alright. Is that on the clock? Yes. Okay. Right. This little part here. See if I can... And, what else am I trying to think of? I can't remember what it was. Alright. Well, it helps a little bit. Okay. Please let me fix a typo. You have to let me fix a typo. I'm fixing it. I'm not leaving that. That's so bad. This is not an art thing. This is a I'm fixing a typo. I'm fixing a typo. I'm not trying to make a good art piece. That is just me trying to do it too fast and sideways. There. All I need to do. I'm not... Typos are an AI thing. We're not doing that here. Exactly, thank you. Also, I was trying to do it sideways. It has nothing to do with art. It has nothing to do with art, Aqua. That is 100% a physical typo issue. That was not fixing artwork. Anyway. I wish I could make it look a little bit more like her, but we'll call it there. I think she just has a really hard face to get right. But we'll take it, because I was able to add more than I actually thought I would. I'm not gonna lie, I think I was actually able to get more detail than I thought I could have. Yes, writing sideways is hard, indeed. She's looking sweet, that's all that matters. Yeah, yeah. It already looks like her a lot. It's just unusual because she's happy. That's so sad. Oh. We need more happy Rosemontis art. Love the warm highlights. I love doing warm highlights. I really love that, like, warm highlights, romantic atmosphere, 5-mile-an-hour wind. I am a huge sucker for that aesthetic. Unless the shield grows to her in the air, then she's very happy. True. Alright, let's see. Let's save this one. You know, and again, like, you know, the fact that these are half-hour, these are just, if I was doing, like, a fully, intense, not-on-stream commission, this is just a really great way to do a nice thumbnail, and then 80% of the time after that is, like, the 20% of the visual difference of seeing it, like, more cleaned up, basically, you know? Like, you can get a lot done to emphasize the feeling that you want in a painting in a lot shorter time than you think. Doesn't Rosemontis have white eyelashes? Probably. I don't know if you noticed, there's quite a lot of other, like... That is the least of my concern, to be honest. Does she? I don't know. Let me see. Can we even zoom in far enough on this, or is it... Actually, no. I don't know. Maybe it's, like, very gray? I can't really see it. I don't know. Doesn't look like it, actually. I don't think so. I think we're good. Also, blue and yellow as a white, blue and yellow as a, white color contrast is a very OP technique. In her skin, she does. Consistency. I don't know, the E2 is very clearly darker. The E1 I can't really get a very clear look at, but the E2 is pretty clear. Alright. Let's see here. I think we have 3 more? Alright, I'm going to take a quick BRB. If you guys need to get up and stretch and get a snack or whatever, I will be right back. Hang tight. And then we will... Let me see. I think the next one we'll do is Hopeless Aime's piece. I think that will be fun. Alright. See you in just a sec. Alright, we are back. Oh, she does? Does she? Alright, I believe you. It might look less white because the lines around it are so thick. That is very, very possible, yeah. You know, it's funny. I actually debated on the eyelash thing myself, with like, my own representation. And I would see people who were VTubers who had white eyelashes, and they would get so irritated that most people would forget or draw it differently. And it would be like a big point of contention for them, and I was like, huh, I don't think I want to have to deal with that. Also, I really want to figure out a more fun BRB screen. I need to, as long as I'm doing like the recap stuff, I can use that skill in some other area. I just need to figure out what. Yeah, I need to do a better BRB screen at some point. Better BRB screen, better starting soon screen. Need to upgrade the stuff at some point, for sure. Alright. Star already thinking about what if she were famous? What do you mean? I just want things to be more visually interesting. Since the starting soon screen idea, you already have let me help you with the BRB screen. Wait, what? Since the starting soon screen idea, you already have let me help you with the BRB screen. Huh? Gonna be W exploding BRB screen? No! Running prism loading screen. I want to do something more than loading. BRB should be something more visually interesting. Where am I losing you? You already let me help you with it. I mean, I think you've given me ideas in the past. I just need to figure out one that works. That I can actually act on. That I can implement. That I know how to do without... I don't know. I wish I could animate. I wish I could animate. The only thing I have for animation is I know how to rotate a wheel, guys. You literally can? I know how to rotate a wheel, and I know how to do a 3-frame. And that's about it. I mean, yeah, we can do stuff with 3 frames. And that is kind of what I was thinking. If I made a running bunny and a walking star that's still animating, that is 3 frames! But that, okay, that's what I'm saying. That piece I did is the thing that I'm maybe going to base it off of if I do end up getting to upgrade stuff at some point. So yeah, I do want to use that as reference / inspiration for something. I have ideas, I just don't have time. What is it called when you have 3 streams in a sequence? It's like, it depends on how fast it goes. It might look more like stop motion. And it starts with an A. Yes, I know, I get it, I get it. I get it. And ends with animation. Ohio to me! Hello, hello! Alright. Got Babylon's done. Let's go with... I said Hopeless Amy, right? Don't know if Hopeless Amy is here, that's okay. But this one should be interesting. I didn't think about the background scenario, so... You're just gonna have to go with something aesthetically, visually interesting. Alright. Now tell me ahead of time, does Lapland have white eyelashes? I really can't tell. Alright. I think we have all the references we need. I need to do... Lapland bowing while holding the wolf mask just below her face. Okay, so... the same pose here and then taking a bow. I'll see if I can do that. Don't think so? Think they're black? I love how it's completely different among different white-haired characters. White eyelashes tend to be hard to miss? Okay, but we just were debating on it. Floppy black eyelashes. Oh my gosh. Alright. Fair enough. We won't question it any further. I guess this is also going to be a vertical piece. We'll do yay big? Actually, wait, no. Bowing? Yeah, bowing needs to be vertical. Let's... Alright. Looks like backlighting seems to be the name of the game in these references, huh? Alright, let's go with a purple-gray then. I'm gonna reduce it so that we can actually see what we're doing. I think for this one, we are going to... What was I gonna say? I think this one's gonna be a little too specific. She has to be bowing. And her other... Okay. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, let's do it with the lasso fill technique. Alright. 30 minutes on the clock? Anything else, or forever hold your peace? At least for the next 30 minutes or so. I can try to look at chat from time to time. Also, if you haven't joined the Discord, definitely consider doing so. There's lots of Arknights fans in there. There's lots of artists in there. If you're interested in learning art, improving your art, asking for art technique, we'd be happy to have you. And if you are mainly just here for hanging out with Arknights, you have found people that are very interested in that. I'm not doing a great job with my call-out. I've already... But we'd be happy to have you in the Discord if you want to join a fun community. And if you also want to talk about other games, we have a whole games channel that is very active. We'd be happy to have you. Can you grab some water first? Sure. Also, thank you guys for shouting out the Discord. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Alright. This is going to be more or less a full-ish body piece, so we'll see what we can do. Alright. 30 minutes on the clock. Let's get this pose first. It's gonna have to be a... I feel like I should make this larger, because otherwise we won't be able to see enough detail. But, alright. Let's have the arm coming up here. I'm probably going to zoom in, just to keep this looking nicer. We've got wolf ears down turned, kind of. Still got a little bit of the crazier hair. Just gonna have the mask. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be zooming in just a sec. She has a cape here, so we'll keep that in mind. And we'll have the feet forward, foot back. Alright, that should be good. This needs to be a little... Oh, other way. Alright. It's very hard to do a bowing position, but we'll try our best here. He's gonna have a skirt. The arm piece here. I think the head is gonna have to be a little bit lower to get this bowing effect. Kinda hard to tell. Alright, let's go with that. And then let's start adding in a little bit more detail here. We're making a lighter color. I think I'm just going straight into color. And I think we're just gonna do line art on top. I think that's probably our best bet for this, because it's a very dark color scheme. And I think we're gonna be doing lighting from the top, which is gonna be interesting, because I don't have that much experience with it. We learn a lot doing these. What can I say? Does she have fur here? Hang on. Kind of? It's like spiky? Is it wrapped around her shoulder? What's it doing? Alright, we're just gonna have to go with the shape. Alright, main things we have to be able to get. I'm just gonna grab the skin color from here. Oh my gosh. This doesn't even look that dark, and then when you have it against the purple, it has like a totally different tone here. Alright. So then how light is this color? It's even darker. Jeez, okay. You know what, that's fine. Let's make this a little bit lighter, so I can see what I'm doing. Because I don't know how to work with color theory that well yet. That is crazy color theory that is a 3D model blender. That is helpful. Alright. Let's just, you know what? Let's just combine these. Already? We're already doing it. We're just combining onto one layer, right from the get-go, believe it or not. We're just doing a one-layer show. We need to do this here. Let me see. Would it look better if I was able to zoom in slightly? I feel like it would. Would a Dutch angle work here? No, probably not. Unless I was able to make some... No. Maybe? No, kind of is ruining it a little. Let's just go... It's a hard pose. Alright, if I get rid of that, is it too much? No, it's not. That's not too much. Alright, let's do that then. Let's have this going this direction. There we go. Hey, that was, again, unintentional because I had just accidentally grabbed it. Accidentally grabbed the wrong color and it ended up working in our favor. Sure, I'll take it. I love when things accidentally end up working in our favor because I grabbed the wrong color. We did the same thing with Flametail. It's like, oh, that wasn't the color I wanted. It's bright blue. You know what? It's a highlight now. It works and looks good. We're loving the happy accidents here. We're full Bob Ross mode now. What are you guys talking about? Hey, can we stay on topic with the stream if possible? I can't really pay too much attention to chat, so mods, if you can just pay attention that nothing weird is going on, I would really appreciate that. Thank you. And if it's not stopping, then you are free to make any decisions you need to. Alright, let's try to get her hand here. I need this slight looking up feeling here. Alright, let's try to get... I'm also not paying enough attention to the time. Alright. Is she wearing black gloves? She is wearing black gloves, okay. Let me think how the... I'm also, like, as I'm working on this, as I'm making changes, I'm trying to pay attention to silhouette. The silhouette is a major part of what's going on, so the way the clothing drapes and everything is very important. I can't really figure out what's going on with the arm, but I just have to be a little bit more... See, I have a tiny bit of room to show the finger, the hand. You get the feeling, even without any detail, that she is gripping the edge of the fabric. Silhouette being a very important element of things. I really can't figure out what's going on with the design, though. Are those... There's thorns on the end. Okay, interesting. Can't really make out why, but I'm not gonna ask any questions. I'm just gonna work on what I visually see. That's all it needs to be. I don't need to know why. I can just paint what I'm looking at. Can't really tell how far it goes, but enough to give a little bit of an indicator. Okay, that's a little bit off. Make sure to grab this piece here. And having it turning. There we go. Can't really figure out how it's attached to her. Can't really figure out how it's attached. I don't quite know the design well enough to do this too much justice, but let's just get the wolf mask in here. Still with enough room to try to still show her face. This is confusing. We don't have a lot of room to work with. Alright. Let's squish this over a little. Better? Okay, better. Good. I'm trying to get, like, just enough, light that I can kind of see what I'm doing. I'll probably start lining that soon, just so I can define it better. I feel like I might need to make that a little higher. The reference does a better job, holding it so it doesn't get in the way. Alright. Let me see if I can shift it just a little bit here. Ugh, I don't like doing that. I don't like doing that too much. Makes it painful. Makes it painful to fix. Alright, it's fine. Just gonna have to do it this way. Good enough. Good enough. Let's get this part here too, as well as this part. There's gonna be black. Where's this? Multiple layers here. These are gonna be boots. I'm gonna make that look like it's further. Alright, let's make this a little... shift it around. A lot of very tiny visual elements that I couldn't quite see before. I'm also trying to pay attention to the way that the leg is positioned. I need to add some highlights here, sort of define it a little bit better. And then I'm probably going to need to add a highlight there too. Maybe have this a little higher. Not really sure yet. Yeah, actually, yeah, that gives a better feeling of it. We'll add a little bit of shadow here, or at least just telling myself that I need a little shadow. Okay. You know what? I want to make sure that I do not forget the clips this time, so I'm adding that now. Not dealing with that again. There's a jacket here. Oh, there's so much detail. I'm not gonna be able to get most of that. Let's just get the underside here. Alright. Because this is on one layer, we can do this. Do a very quick, like, contrast hit. I can see what I'm doing a little easier. Make this a little bit brighter. Just a little bit, so I can see what it is. We have this piece here that visually stands out, so that needs to show. We have the red of the wolf mask, so that needs to show. Don't really know what the symbol is here, but I'm just gonna sort of approximate it. We still have to get her eyes in. What are we on? 10? Okay. Probably spent a little too much time trying to get the right direction down, but that's okay. This is a very hard pose. You have to do it, like, looking upward and bowing. Not an easy combo. And then this is also in the way, which kind of makes her face look different. Zoom in a little bit. Probably should have done this on a separate layer too. She has to be looking up. So that's another thing that's tricky about this pose. We're gonna try to make the whole thing a little bit lower, I think. It's a very, very, strong, awkward angle, I feel. Alright. A little bit of that mischievousness. And what are we on? 9? Okay. So many extra details here. I don't want to make that too dark. I'm not used to working, like, entirely in darkness, so this is a little awkward. Alright. There's a lot of detail on the skirt here, too. Or dross, I'm not really sure what we would call it here. And let's try to do a little bit of cleanup here. There's a layer here that we can see. That's helping define it. A little bit of extra shadow. little bit of darker pieces here. Just trying to get a little quick lighter area here. This is like a sock or something. Alright, let's try to get a tiny bit of a highlight on the leg here, on the side here. And then this whole thing is going to need to be much, much darker. And I think our best bet is to darken up here, lighten up here. This is also black? Okay. That's also black, then we'll make sure that we're changing the scale here. And this is a twist, okay. What are we on? 7 minutes, okay. There's a little bit of tiny detail work here on the mask. Try to just separate that so it comes off a little easier. And then we're going to do it like this. Very similar to the Rosemontis piece, except very, very different in atmosphere, right? Very different in atmosphere, but very similar. It's actually almost like, it almost feels like cheating to be able to use this kind of lighting scenario so that everything stands out really dramatically. But it is a really good way to just sort of very quickly establish sort of the feeling that you're trying to go for a character. I'm gonna erase that a little bit, actually. I don't want that to be super intense. I really want it to be more intense on the top here. And I want her eyes to be very intense, too. Except that's more of a gray-green, so let's try it like this. Nope. Alright. I want it to be more of that intense factor that we had before. Alright, fine. You want to do it that way? That's fine. In that case, we'll do it like this. 4 minutes, okay. I'm gonna go around the edges. And do it that way. Just a little bit so that we have a little bit of that glow. Alright. Actually, let's keep that normal. Trying to think. We'll just do it like that. Let's make this a little darker. Maybe a little bit redder. grab this whole thing. Shift it over. Black it out. Good. And because we need to see her face better, we're gonna hit this with a quick overlay. Maybe not that intense, let's gray it a little bit. And let me drop her shoulder just a little bit, because it feels a little too high. We're just gonna quickly do that. And we're just gonna add a little bit of a white overlay here, just so it's slightly higher. Where are we at? Okay, that's fine. And I'm gonna reduce this, I just want to have a little bit of being able to see the detail. And I feel like we kind of need to, yeah, let's not have the overlay there. Let's make sure it's landing on her face. Not her hair. Let's make it grayer. Better, better, better. We'll do the same thing here. Just lightening that a little bit, and a little bit on the back here. On the robe. Good. And I still feel like that is a little too high. So we're just gonna drop it again. I feel like we already dropped it, but maybe it didn't pick up correctly. Alright. Any extra time we have, we're just gonna add a little bit of lines here. Make the hair a little crazier. And keep that piece here. Let's get a little bit of highlight on this mask. A little bit on the shadow here. And I want to fix this part. And obviously it's not going to be... Still missing a lot of details, clearly, but... Let's just see if we can... What do I have? 36 seconds? Cool. Let's try to at least get something that sort of feels like there is a detailed pattern here. Doesn't mean you have to be perfect, you just want to sort of approximate it, right? Alright. Where are we at? 15? Okay. And I'm going to reduce that heavily. Just need a little bit of extra feeling here. And drop that shoulder a little bit more. Alright. Alright, well. Pens down. I think we're getting better at delivering a vibe. What do you think? Obviously, I can see that I'm missing a lot of detail. But I do think we are getting vibes down, which is really nice. Alright, I got 30 seconds, and I think I'm gonna very briefly try to add, like, a line or two for sections I missed. Alright. Let me see, I can do 2 lines of chain and thread. And I can do 1 line for the red of the cape. Chains, red. I think that's all I'm gonna be able to fit in. We'll try it here. And probably pushing that shoulder in just a little bit more. I think I went too intense on the shoulder. Alright. We'll do 30 seconds. Let's see if I can remember everything I just said. And... go. Okay. First thing, move that shoulder in. No, not the whole background. Jeez. Alright. Second, Get a little bit of that red area in. Third, grab that darker color and make a little bit of chain. That's probably all I can afford. Yep. No hair clips. They're there! They're just really hard to see now. Dang it. They're there! They're just... Oh. They're in there. The highlight... Oh. They're in there. Trust. It's hidden this much. It's hidden this much. They are there. They're there. It's just... Look, you know what? It's fine because it's very accurate. No, I literally commented on that. I was like, guys, I'm not forgetting the hair clips this time. It just got covered up a little by the highlight. It's fine. It's in there, though. It's literally as covered as this reference. It's fine. Look, I'm impressed that we were able to get something with this level of intensity, so we'll take it. Hope Amy will also like it, because I love her smug look. I do too. Someday, I would like to try to get a laptop. I know that Golden Glow is kind of doing her job perfectly fine at the moment. It's just a someday thing, because, I started, my start of the journey with Arknights was when you guys were doing that event. Okay, other Stargazers already have heard the story, but I still think it's hilarious. When I first started Arknights, you guys were doing the, Portatori event, and I didn't know anything about Arknights. So I didn't realize it was opening the game with an event. I thought it was the opening of the game itself. So based on the opening trailer, I just thought that Lapland was the villain. I just thought she was the villain of Arknights, and that's still just the funniest thing to me. The event is where it all started, yeah. But okay, but the thing is, like, I've never played a gacha game, right? So I didn't understand how any of it worked. So I didn't realize that you guys were getting, like, you know, free pulls and tickets or whatever. So I didn't get either Lapland or Vulpes during that time. Lapland can have this vibe of a villain, true. I mean, look at her! Look at these eyes! But I just thought it was, I thought it was really funny. So at some point, I would like to find laptop, but probably not this year. I mean, I don't know, we might, you know, might get surprised, might get lucky, but I'm not, 100% like, banking on it. Imagine how crazy the main story would be if Lappy was in charge of Reunion. Oh my gosh. And the thing is, like, I only know her for vibes. I don't even know her story yet. So I'm very much looking forward to learning more about her at some point in the future. All Reunion members would be Italian. It's great. Alright. I think this one was fun. I think this one was very successful. Okay. And... let's see. Whew, okay. We actually have done a good amount of stuff today. Is this the last piece? We have 2 more. Are you guys up for it? If it's really late for you, I completely understand. But we have 2 more, if you're interested. Do it? Alright. We got 2 more. I'll do one that is more, fun, ambitious, and then we'll end it on a comedy one, okay? We'll end it with a comedy one. Let's see. So our first one here. It's late for me, but tomorrow's public holiday. You guys know that I don't normally go, this late and much later. But we have 2 more. We have 2 more, so we can get these done, I think. Alright. Locked Key is our next one. Locked Key asked for Estelle with a big sword, and I don't think I got much more reference than that. So my plan is to use this as more of a angle. Are you up for it? I think so. I think so. I'm not streaming tomorrow, so that can be my... Yeah, I'm not streaming tomorrow, and I'm not streaming Saturday. I'm gonna need energy for Saturday, but I think we're good. And this will make me feel good. Big sword, saber, Excalibur. I'm not using Saber's direct reference. I'm using it for the upward angle. It's just for the upward angle, that's all. Alright, let's see. I want to do something dramatic and dynamic. Alright. Let's take a little bit of this background inspiration and a little bit of this angle inspiration. I don't know if I'm not sure if Locked Key is here. All they said was big sword, so I'm not entirely sure what type of big sword. But we're gonna make I'm guessing some form of great sword. Alright. This one is gonna be a... Yeah, we'll do this one with a lasso fill too. Just because it's an easy way to get ideas down pat. If I had to pick, I'd say the Claymore from Claymore. Alright, let me look that up. Also, hello! Hello, Locked Key. Claymore. Anime. I don't think I have the... Okay. You just read out Locked Key's comment? What? What? Is that not a bad... What? Is... What's the issue? What? You guys are confusing me. What? This is why I asked? Wait, I'm totally lost now. You said if I had to pick, I would say the Claymore. You read their comment, then asked if they're here. No, I didn't. What? Wait, did I? Oh my gosh. Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry, I didn't read the name in that one instance, okay? Give me a break. No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. Hi, locked key. I will attempt to add in the claymore. Oh. Alright, why can't I find any good references here? Come on. There, perfect. Alright. It's okay. It's alright. We're just gonna move on. Okay. Make sure the front of the claymore is facing the big guy, but that's not the pose I... What? I have a pose in my head. Make sure the front of the claymore is facing the big guy. What? The other kind of the bad guy. What? He's making a joke about the claymore mine? What? For what? Hey Star, how are you doing? I don't know anymore. Alright. I'm gonna go 30 minutes on the clock. Why do you do this to me? Alright. Let's just go. Alright. Okay, we have lasso, Phil. What am I doing? We're doing this. Okay. I was just trying to get the good upward angle. That's all I wanted in my life. Alright. I want to see if it's possible to get this kind of angle for what I'm trying to do. So we have the big horns, and I wanted to make the silhouette work with that. Alright, and then we're just gonna have it, let's see. We'll do it like this. Wait, which way is it? Okay, nope, that's fine. Alright. And then see if we can get big design here. Obviously, I'm gonna flatten it out, but something like this. I never know where to put the other hand, you know? Maybe like... something like that, and then we'll not have it facing the audience. We'll actually have her being a little more contemplative, I think. Try to do it like this. Crazy hair. We're gonna have to deal with. And her tail. We want to do the tail. We'll make the tail on a separate layer just so because it's really large and takes up a lot of room. I want to do it like that, or like that. Trying to not let the... Alright, what are we at? 3 minutes in? Okay. Maybe we'll just leave it like this. It's fine. It's gonna be complex enough. Let's make this more interesting, maybe. No. Just have it standing, I think. What if I'm doing it this way? No, that's fine. Let's just do it like this. Let's just try that. Let's do a new layer on top here. And these horns are not in the right shape yet. They're more like downward. Alright. And then there's the ones that go up top here. And then let's try to just sort of outline the way this needs to work, I guess. Alright. I kind of want her to have, like she looks really intense, but I kind of want to use the same expression she has in her E1. So, like, she looks really intense, but she's just still surprised. I want to see if I can do that or not. So kind of this downward look at the audience, but then, like, I don't know what I'm doing either. Let's see if I can get that right. I think I need to change the proportions a little. Which way is this going? Let's make her a little less bulky. She looks a little too masculine right now. Alright, I need to sort of flip her reference a little bit. I'm having a little bit of a hard time reading it. She has a jacket here. I can't really figure out how her design works. What is the outfit doing? Is there a cape in the back? It's actually really hard for me to make out. Go. I'm trying to work from the reference, but it's facing the other way again, so it's a little hard to make out. And she does have, like, large sleeves, but I really feel like I pushed it a little too far here. So let's try something like this. No, it's not armor. I'm just having a bit of a hard time figuring out her design. And I'm kind of losing time trying to figure it out. Alright, I need to be able to turn this a little so that it's in the right angle. Maybe this is just a little too large here. Horn angles. Horn angles can be really difficult to figure out. I think it's like this. Horn angles can be really tricky, especially if they're twisting or anything. I really can't tell if they are. And I'm also probably doing this at a really difficult angle to begin with. Alright. Need to try to get her hair in here. I think her face and expression is going to be the most important part here. Like, I know I say that a lot, but she also has a ton of movement in her hair. So we're just gonna have to try to split it up as best we can. What are we at? Okay. I'm still watching the clock as I do this. And then she has these horns too. And there's multiple layers of these, okay. Let's grab a new layer. Let's start making her eyes now. Because again, like I said, I think that's going to inform a lot. So she's kind of going to be looking down at the viewer, like, what is happening? I still want her to have, like, an innocent expression, but, like, just kind of unsure, you know? So, wide eyes. Wide eyes, surprised face. Let me see if I can try to do the free run angle. Probably not. No, I don't have the luxury to do the free run angle right now. Let's just try to make this better. Okay. This outfit is still confusing me a lot. The bottom I'm not as concerned about, but the top I'm very much trying to get right. And if I erase this part underneath, does it feel less bulky yet? Oh, come on. Alright, the shoulders are too far apart, that's what it is. Okay, much better. The shoulders are way too far apart. Trying to figure out what it is that felt so off. Move this upward a little. It's fine, that's fine. Might be too long. Might want to trim that too. Move that up, move this up, move this. Actually, no, that's fine. And how does her outfit work? Okay. It's a larger belt. How are we on time? 13 minutes. I don't like that. Okay, that's fine. Alright, let's get her tail in here. That part's fine, that part's fine. I want to start jumping in here really soon. Let's not create any tangents if we can help it. Okay. Rocktail. It's fine, we'll just shade that. And then, because of the layout, let's have this whole thing a little bit larger. We're gonna erase all this. What are we at? Yeah, let's... Oh, it's fine. We'll keep that. We'll keep this. We'll be painting over the hair, which is fine. $11. I don't like that. Okay. In that case, let's just get our main color in. Alright. Do it like this. Or like this. How about this? Does that work? Let's do in color fill real quick. Alright, and then let's get a darker base color for the skin on here. I think that's it. Alright, we'll get a darker color for the pants here. I don't think that was supposed to be in... No, that is blue. Oh my gosh, color theory. Color theory! Color theory is insane sometimes. Alright. I can't believe that's actually considered blue when you don't have a blue background. I cannot believe that's blue. That doesn't look blue at all. I mean, I'll trust it, but it doesn't feel right. Alright, get this part in. Horns. This is okay. This is almost fingerless, except it's still covered. And this is still supposed to be like a piece here. Okay. What are we on? 9? Okay. This is fine for this piece. And then this is probably going to be like a gray tone. We'll try that. And as you can see, I'm definitely basically grabbing how her lighting looks in this main art. Just again, kind of similar to Lappy in a way. Sometimes the lighting situations do repeat a bit. Because it's hard to come up with brand new, unique lighting situations every time, you know what I mean? We'll do something like that. What are we on? 7. Okay. It still doesn't feel blue enough to me. So I'm just gonna shift tone the background a little. Nope. Alright. Take it back. In that case, I'm just gonna do it this way. Alright, that works a little bit better for me. I think we're gonna grab this section. This one. We're gonna spend the rest of our time doing overpainting. See how well we can get this. Alright, let me look at that sword reference again. Okay. I'm gonna make this a lot lighter. Why is it not? Does it need to be here? A lot reduced. What are we on? 5. Ugh. Alright. Alright, let's get the tailpiece in here. Let's do this on top. And then let's make sure that she has color in her eyes. And a little bit of the detail on her face, too. There's a lot going on here, for sure. I think somehow we got a little overwhelmed on the detail. Alright, this needs to all move up. This whole thing. Except the background. This whole thing needs to move up. Again, except the background. Why is it still... Oh my god. Alright, come on! I just want to move the arm up! Thank you. Good lord. Alright. Better. It felt like it was being way, way, way too long. Taking way too long here. Okay. Her eyes are brown. Let's just get that in real quick. little bit of this piece here. Try and clean this up a little. Alright. Let's try to get a little bit more detail on her hair with the little bit of time we have. This one feels like it was just taking too long to get the right angles for things, I feel. Ah! Alright. Really hard to get the details in there. I feel like I want to crop the whole thing so much more. Alright. Let me try to not make the environment so boring. And let me try... Let's see. I can do a little bit of a quick environment. And if I can... I think... Try adding a little bit of a belt buckle or something. Because I missed all the belt buckles. See if I can get that in real quick and it'll feel a little bit better. Alright. We have 30 seconds on the clock here, and... Alright, let me just quickly get these in so that they feel a little bit more finished. Let me see if I can very quickly get, like, a little bit of an environmental feeling. I think that'll feel a little bit better. I don't want her to look like a giant, I just want it to be, like, a little bit more is going on, you know? Okay. Fair enough. It can, there's some characters where it can be really, really hard to do it in the time limit if you're getting a little thrown by the design. Let me think. I think I wanted to have that slightly more zoomed in, I think. It does match the lighting and color scheme of the original, though. Just a little hard to do all the pieces. I think it came out fun, though. I feel like she would just be a little intimidated with a, the heck? I feel like she'd just be a little bit intimidated, having the big sword. Or being I don't know. I wanted a very innocent feeling. The sword needs to be even bigger. Probably. She has a nice design, there's just a lot going on. I feel like I might just crop it a little bit more. Can't really change it, but no, that actually probably doesn't do much. Oh, it's good. It's all good. One doodle of an up every day? I haven't started that yet. I haven't started doing that yet. I mean, I guess this does technically count, but... No, that would be a little different. That's more of a gesture drawing thing. Not necessarily with, Not necessarily with finished, color, either. That's the other thing. I mean, I guess if you want to be specific, you can always request that, that your piece is more focused on the lines, and then I'll just flat color it. That's always an option. Alright. And as usual, I'm going to be, saving these all as PNGs, throwing them in the Discord, so if you haven't yet, please definitely consider joining the Discord. We would be happy to have you. And I think we've got one more piece for today, and this will be a fun one. This one is from Newbie Reaper. This is gonna be a fun one. I think you guys are gonna, if I can get it right, I think you guys will enjoy it. It's just gonna take a lot of, let me think. Alright. I think I know which way I want to go with it. Lots of elements. Alright. Lots of elements. I'm gonna have to start with the background, I think. Alright. I think I have an idea of how to pull it off, more or less. We'll see. It always feels more dynamic in my head until I, like, actually start working, and then I'm like, oh, I have not figured out how to get the dynamism down. But I think it'll be fun. Alright. Ready for this one? This is gonna be a fun one. This was his idea. We'll see how well we can do it. I think it's gonna need to be horizontal. This one needs to be horizontal. And I think we'll start with maybe a little bit bluer. A little bit brighter, a little bit bluer. Color theory is hard sometimes. Okay. See if I can figure this out. I think it's just for the antics. I don't think we're gonna be drawing anyone cat and mouse sized. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Alright. We're gonna start off with the background, actually. Okay. 30 on the clock. And we got one more. Let's see how it goes. Okay. I want to get the A little bit of a darker palette here. I'm gonna start with darker area here. Actually no. How do I need to do this? Yeah, there we go. That works. Just have like sort of just adding texture, making the place feel more full. Again, kind of taking a little bit from here. Trying to make like a little bit of an opening area, so that if we need to have someone peeking, we can. And we'll make this part a little bit lighter. And then we'll texture it real quick, so it's not so boring. Alright, and then we'll make this a lot darker. And then we'll have the whole thing like a little bit lit this way, and then we'll add a quick contrast difference. There, that helps a little bit. And there's probably gonna be like a lights or something, I would imagine. I don't know. Not really sure yet. Do something a little bit to that effect. I think the whole thing needs probably a bit of a blue overlay. Probably more of a blue-gray. There. We'll work with that. Alright, let's see. See if I can get, like, the sort of hand position and everything that Tom has. Let's see here. I can get like a... No, hang on. How do I... Okay. Have one hand here, so that we can... See here. How do I make it like... Alright. Maybe we'll do Cruise first. Billy Bob Joe, hello, hello! Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. It is good to see you. Let's see how to do this part. Trying to figure out how to make it like Tom and Jerry-ish feeling, but not really sure if I can get that. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Alright. I need to just get the, just need to get the twists of the body working, I think. I think that's the main thing. It's not easy. Alright, how about... Do it like this, maybe? And then if I can try maybe tilting her in a different way. Yeah, well, let's just do that anyway, because that's more dynamic. We'll have her slightly overshadowing this area. Alright. Let's just try to get one of these down. I don't know if I was supposed to, like, draw her as a mouse or what, honestly. I wasn't entirely sure. But I want to see if I can at least get Fang to feel a little more like Tom. Because I did picture her sort of, like, trying to get some sort of, like, vantage point here or something. I'm gonna try and do this. It could almost look like she's falling and it still kind of works. Let's see. Actually, yeah, maybe like a slide. If I can try to get like a... What am I trying to do? Like a Kira slide almost. Reminds me of the meme of the kid running away from the floating kid. I'm trying to get the dynamic Tom and Jerry part, but it's not easy. Maybe if I make them, like, a little higher off the ground. I'm trying to basically have her doing aerobics, and I'm not entirely good at figuring this out, so to speak. This is difficult. This is really difficult. She's sort of leaning over, she's at an angle, and I need to sort of try to figure out how to... Just do it like this, maybe? And then we'll tilt it over as well here. There we go, that's a little bit better. Poses are very difficult sometimes. Alright. That's probably better. Alright, Weston Fox, thank you very much for stopping by. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope you have a good rest of your night. I appreciate you staying long. Alright, I think this works. We'll go with this. What are we at for time? Okay. The initial sketch can take so long to get right, as you've seen. I think that's usually where most of the time comes from, is trying to get the initial sketch down. Alright. Let's throw some color in here. I'm just gonna get a good base color going. I know we obviously have a lot more to do, but I just want to get a base color in. And then we can do paint over, make it easier. Alright. Let's do something like that. We got Fang's color here. Let's do a little bit lighter, just so I can see what I'm doing. A little easier. Good. Okay. I'm just gonna quickly drop shadows on both of them before I forget. Alright. Let's get versus color in, more or less. We can just ref it in. And then the whole thing is, of course, gonna be lit differently like these. Hopefully this is okay with Newbie. I wasn't really sure how to translate the Tom and Jerry effect, but hopefully this kind of gives the same feeling. Hopefully this gives a similar vibe. And we'll, of course, clean all these up, too. Get that cleanup in real quick. Makes it easier to paint over later. And then we're gonna get Fang's coloring in. Use gloves on, so that's actually fitting in color already. And then her tail seems a little bit darker. Make like a little bit of a highlight here. A little more intense. There we go. Alright. Both of them then get a color drop. I'm gonna make it Be bright and vibrant, good. Very similar to how we did the piece with Flametail. Like I said, a lot of lighting scenarios can be very similar to each other. I'm gonna have her lit more from the back. And then we can kind of do more of a paint over thing. I'm actually gonna see if we can make the lines a little warmer, so they're easier to work with. For now, it gives official Rhodes Island game channel thumbnail. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. Hadn't even thought of that. That's great. Oh my gosh. That's great. That's fantastic. And just try to get the hand here. Alright. Should we just smash these together? I think we should. Good. I got the light in there too. Oh well. Considering the gag, the hand needs to read pretty well. There we go. That's better. This one doesn't have to read as well. This can just be, you know, angry closed fist. Alright. This is gonna be more of a green. Seems to be more of like a... No, that's actually probably the right color. Alright, make this a little bit thinner. Make sure there's still sleeve showing. Okay, what is that? Okay, that's the other part of the jacket. Got it. Sometimes it's a little confusing just to like try to see what it is that I'm looking at. Hair. Alright, we have 10 minutes left. Oof. Alright. Happy to get back and see you're still going. Not for too much longer. Just giving you the heads up. Not for too much longer. But I'm happy to have you here while we are still around. Thank you, MG. I'm okay for now. I'm alright. Are you guys alright? This whole jacket's probably just gonna fly upward, I think. Yeah, whole jacket's flying upward. That works better. No, for a different reason? Oh no. Well, I hope whatever the reason is, things get better. A little tired, very understandable, yeah. This is our last one, so I really appreciate you guys keeping me company and having fun doing these. Alright. Need to sort of finish up where Fang is here. And I'll make sure to get both of their expressions in just a sec. Alright. Bruce. Oh, they both have... How did I not realize they both had blue gloves? How was I not paying attention to that part? Should have realized that. See. Trying to not get the AI finger issue here. That works. Running hands can be really difficult. Sometimes, like closed fist running. Because this is not the first time I've had to draw this type of pose. And for some reason, closed fist running hands are just really tricky sometimes. Alright. I think we're gonna heavily style this up. Try to move this upward a little. Alright. What are we on? 6 minutes. Okay. Oh, come on. Also doesn't help when it doesn't want to behave either. Alright, this needs to be heavily, in here. And there's some straps on her legs as well. I'll add in quick buckles, because it does help determine what is going on. We're probably okay for her leg here. There we go. There we go. That's better. Okay. Good. Ah, shoot. Stop. Don't do that. Alright. Quick details on here. It's more of a gray tone. It's fine. Alright. Just need to try to get like a harder color. There we go. More of a red. Okay. A little higher on the shirt part. Bows here. Clips here. Sorry, Lappy. Alright. We can trim her ears a little so that they look a little cleaner. What are we on? 3 minutes? Okay, I have to make sure that Fang's eyes are in. Let's get a little bit of a ear highlight here. We need to make more of these lights show different color then. If we're gonna do that. Alright, that works. Let's make this a little bit less. 2 minutes. Okay. Alright. In that case, let's then focus on... Yeah, we'll do that for the nose. And then Fang needs to sort of have like a... like highlight here on the highlights so we can see. What are we on? 1 minute. Oh boy. Okay. Let's just get a little bit of action there. And that's probably all I have to work with, right? 24 seconds, okay. It's kind of hard to do the expression. It's hard to get, yeah, it's hard to get the right expression, I think. Really good, this is one of my favorites. I'm glad. Pens down. Alright. If I had enough time, I would have had Beagle, like, looking from the corner, but I wasn't able to get it done. Not entirely Tom and Jerry, but I did at least stylize Cruz a little bit. Alright. I think the only thing I want to try to add is Cruz's lashes, because her eyes are very prominent in front of this piece. So I think I'll just use the 30 seconds for that. Unlucky, but that's still a good result for half an hour. What do you mean unlucky? We're missing Beagle? Oh, no, it was just like an if I had enough time, that's all. No, it's fine. All good. Alright. Got 30 seconds to just add a little quickie. I like having the 30 seconds. It lets me just kind of, like, take a quick look at it and be like, okay, what can I do that'll add, like, one more piece of impact? Alright, 30 seconds, and go. It's like, it's just enough time to just add, like, a tiny bit more visually. And it might not make that much difference, but it's just sort of like a good way to look at things, I think. Alright, let me see if I need a little bit of a... Yeah, oh, that helps a lot, actually. Oh my god. It's funny, right? You don't know what it's gonna be, but... There we go. That helps a lot. I feel like we can see her a lot better now. Just a very quick smash of color. Even better. And all we needed was 30 seconds! See, you never know, right? You never know. The fact someone said this looks like a horror game thumbnail is so funny to me. Oh my gosh. Rhodes Island game channel thumbnail. I love it. Oh. Alright. Guys. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 7 pieces done today. I really, really appreciate your patience, because I know a lot of these were on the much longer end, but, I had a lot of fun with these. I like talking about, like, how my process has changed. I really believe that it's helped a lot for the better, so I'm really, really grateful for you guys, for your time, for your support, for being here, for everything, really. I feel that my work has just improved a lot since, being part of this crazy world. Now finally I should put down my pen too, rest at last. Did a really good job, really good indeed. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys a lot, and the fact that I am able to do this just makes me really happy. Alright. With that being said, I think we will wrap it up there. We got Babylon's piece. We got Hopeless Imy's piece. Am Not Robot's piece, Newbie Reaper's piece, Locked Key's piece, Bushmaster's piece, and Weston Fox. I think we did some really fun things. Will you do some event like this again? Because you totally should. I definitely can in the future, yeah. I don't want to do it too soon because, of just sort of the way we handled it. I want to give everybody and myself, like, a little bit of a break on it. But yeah, fun events like this, absolutely. And I can make it more event-y as well sometime, because I like putting on events. I like doing little silly stuff like that, so for sure. Alright. Thank you so much, Stargazers. I will not see you Saturday, but I will see you Monday. Monday, we are gonna be on the main channel, and I believe we are going to be attempting to go through the April Fool's event, because, oh my gosh. I have not touched any of it, I don't know anything about it, but that should be a fun time. The only thing I've seen is the cutscene, and oh my god. I had to. My, nothing would work without it. But I did record it. Because, oh my god. Alright. I will see you then. Thank you so much for the support. Have a fantastic weekend. All the best. Thank you, Stargazers. Rest well, too.